definitely a little bit different of a situation today. Yesterday was weather-filled, and it caused a 3 p.m. game to only play 1 inning. Well, today it is the resumption of that second game, and we get a third game as well, so we get a 13-inning doubleheader today at the Washington Nationals Youth Baseball Academy in Washington, D.C. Glad you're with us. I'm Christian Taylor here on Hoya Vision. And so up to this point, it is Georgetown with the 2-0 lead. Had a really nice first inning against Creighton and their pitcher for the day in Peyton Akers. And it all started with a Cam Kondo walk, which she eventually found her way around to score. Kayla Dunn hit her in. And then Lorena Vasquez and Zunza reached on an error by Ensley Frame at short, which then scored Kayla Dunn. And so Georgetown, with those 2 runs, lead by this margin, and we resume things here in the top of the second inning. There is 1 out. Runner at third is Madeline Vejvoda. She tripled, and Saren Croker was out at first. So it is Emma Rozanki with a 1-2 count and 1 out here in the second inning. And there's a ball, 2 balls and 2 strikes. So certainly a little bit different, where you step in for the first time in a day and 1 strike could get you out of it. Well, she survived the first one, Rozanki. We'll see what happens on this next one. Brooke Plonka, who had only allowed a hit batter to Kaylee Wilson, as this one is fouled away. Before that, Vejvoda triple to start off the second inning. So if you think about it, she's been standing there for almost 24 hours at third base. Brooke Plonka winds up and deals. Chopper first base side, and it carries foul. So in the end, this really is turning into a long enough at-bat. She's picked up 2 strikes herself with just the few foul balls she's seen at this at-bat. Rozanki, the right fielder, wearing number 7. She went 0 for 4 in the game on Friday. Is desperate for something to go her way here. Here it comes from Plonka. It's high, 3-2, already turning into a nice at-bat for Emma Rozanki. Give her credit because, 1 pitch she could have been out of this. Has done enough to hang around and at least make Brooke Plonka think a little bit longer. The payoff pitch, outside for ball 4.
Shortstop.
Started with a 1-2 count, and here she is walking. So runners at the corners, 1 away. Ensley Frame, who committed the error there in the bottom of the first inning. Opportunity with an RBI chance, standing over at third base. Wearing number 22, batting from the left-handed side, wide stance. Plonka deals this one, and there's a strike. Now they will have to be careful about Emma Rozanki over at first, because this is one of those situations. Runners at the corners, you can always try and bait the catcher to throw to second, but it is Vejvoda who has the speed over there at third to score. Plonka rises up a little bit and levels up the count. So Plonka getting her first start since that perfect game on Tuesday against Coppin State, which feels recent but yet still feels like quite a while ago, doesn't it? So much has happened in the meantime. Looking for another spectacular performance as there's a swing and a miss. So actually it was that triple by Vejvoda that was her first hit allowed since the Providence series. She didn't even pitch a single out. She had allowed a hit, a few runs had scored before she was pulled for Kayla Dunn. There's a swing and a miss, and a very easy jog to second by Emma Rozanki. And again, Forshee not going to test that one. So 2 away, Sidra Seville, the center fielder. Now the last chance, but with a better situation with 2 runners in scoring position. Hold up just a moment. Looks like we got a chat here from Coach Wood and the home plate umpire. She's either looking for a pinch hitter or a pinch runner. It looks like it's the pinch hitter role. Ella Dalton, who transferred in from Nebraska Omaha, the Mavericks. Wants to take her chance there instead of Seville, though Seville certainly has the capabilities. This one left on the ground. Plonka's going to have to hustle. Oh, she doesn't get it off in time. And the run scores. Just needed somebody to put it in play. And Creighton scoring their first run since the 3rd inning of Friday's game. That's just it. I think if you're Plonka, you got it into the right spot. It went right back to her, but she couldn't release it in time. Actually, she kind of released it in time, but the power on it wasn't ideal. It was lobbed in there. So we have a strike on that first pitch to Kayla Nielsen, top of the lineup for the Blue Jays. So Ella Dalton, just a young freshman, sliding in. Important run scored. Fly ball left field. Kondo doesn't have to range too much for this, and closes the glove on the 3rd out. And Creighton do score 1. Makes it 2-1 in favor of Georgetown. Home half of the 2nd inning now, as Creighton have found their first run on the board since the 3rd inning of the game on Friday. And ball 1-2 Nia Campos. It goes 7-8-9 for them here. Campos, Lyman, Turner, and Dalton with her 4th RBI of the season. Coming up just moments ago, she has stayed in the game and she is playing center field. Peyton Akers, 2-0 count here to Campos to start off today. And there's a strike, makes it 2-1. So as we mentioned, Dalton, freshman out of Elkhorn, Nebraska, had initially committed to Omaha, but Carried on over here to Creighton. Doesn't have to go too far for that one. Wind up and the pitch. Chopper, and it is foul since it did hit off of Campos first. So Dalton, is somebody clearly in state, but she was recruited for the 2023 class, but things changed a little bit. Foul ball. Initially there with that Omaha program, one big reason why she liked it over there was because of the facilities, loves the coaching staff, but opted to just head elsewhere, not too far away, but elsewhere. And here she is, looking to get a little bit of action, so I'm sure it has to be a little bit different playing against Omaha, the few times that it has happened already. Of course, was recruited there to Omaha by Mike Hurd, who is still the head coach there. Fouled away. Stays at 3 balls and 2 strikes. And Dalton playing in her 31st game this season. Kind of one of those next players off the bench for this Creighton side. And Campos is still up there. Here it comes. Just a little outside for ball 4. Turned into an incredible at-bat.
Second base, number 3.
And Casey Lyman ready to get things going. Again, yesterday, just one of those days where the weather was so hit and miss, just depending on where you were. One thing that was pretty continuous or standout for basically this entire DMV area was that there was lightning, and it did a lot to either postpone or cancel a lot of events in the area, whether it be north or south of here. And even here, it seemed like the day was going to be pretty good, but remember, there was there in the first and second inning, the lightning strikes happened, and then of course the continuous delays every time lightning strikes, so everybody had to stay away. And finally, after a little bit of rain, the coaches both decided that for the safety of the players, they just needed to move everything to today. So for a moment, they had only just moved today's game to noon instead of the 11 a.m. game, which it was initially scheduled on. But then they moved it to this first one as the conclusion of yesterday's game to be started here at 11, and then game number 2 will happen and commence about 30 minutes after the conclusion of this quote-unquote game number 2. Watch out, check over at first, and Campos was left off. Was a little too eager over there and lost her footing, so that's a good read by Lily West behind the plate. And so Georgetown, who thought they had the lead-off walk and a good opportunity out there, all of a sudden 1 out, 3-1 count to Casey Lyman. It's good reading by Kaylee Wilson too over at first, just to not move from her position and to sit there, wait, and of course apply the tag, which is one of the more important parts of all the pieces that go together for a pickoff. Lyman awaits, cuts in, and it hits her. Just a little bit of lost control there by Akers.
Center field, number 12.
Well, Akers appearing in her 25th game this season as a junior out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. 5-5 record this year. Just her 4th start, believe it or not. It's been Puccino and Wiggins who have started most of them this year. Alyssa Bostley has started one too, but those have been your usual starters, but here she is starting game number 4. She has thrown one complete game as well. Bunt has been shown here by Turner and kept that bat around for strike 2. 0 balls, 2 strikes on the young freshman. Center fielder wearing number 12 here today, hailing from California, Palo Alto to be exact. Fly ball center field. This is Dalton, who's just entered and secures out number 2. It's a good read by her too. That's just it. That's one of those fly balls that's a little bit harder to gauge as maybe compared to others, because you've got 3 players convening and converging for that ball. You got your second baseman in Vejvoda, you got your shortstop in Frame, and then you got your center fielder in Dalton. So you gotta have somebody call somebody off, and usually in a situation like that, ball belongs to the center fielder. Usually your captain's patrolling the field, your shortstop captain and your center field captain, and well, this isn't a good sign. Peyton Akers, could tell, just wasn't feeling 100% after that last delivery, and so I'm gonna go in and check in on her. See her moving that left hand a little bit, as well as making sure she's still able to continue, as well as maybe determining what the next pitch can be, because it is Cam Kondo at the plate. 3 straight games with a homer for her. 4 homers in 3 games if you want to keep adding on to those stats. Those 2 home runs in Friday's game, as well as the walk-off in the 8th inning, which didn't have a chance to stay in. I mean, it's still flying away, that ball. 0-1 here to Kondo, who walked, scored a run in the first inning. Takes a hack at this one. 0-2. It looks like Peyton Akers is all right, too. I think that pause in action was probably just mostly to address the elephant in the room that is Cam Kondo. So Akers is all clear on what pitches to send on in here as time's called again by Akers, who started her career over at Kirkwood Community College and played there for quite a while, 30 seasons, 2020, 2021, and 2022. 70 games there, 56 starts. Bounces in the dirt, and you see Lyman thinking about it. Good coverage by Lily West, 1-2. So there at Kirkwood Community College, Peyton Akers, she earned second team ICCAC Division II All-Region 11 honors, freshman and sophomore campaigns. 2-2 is the count now. 3rd place finish at the NJCAA D2 National Tournament as a sophomore. 20-10 overall record. There is a overall record, 258. This one swung on, sent deep center field, and just at the warning track, Dalton covers. Kondo was maybe 4 feet away from hitting a homer in 4 straight games. But that's enough to close off the second inning. 2-1 Georgetown. You getting nervous there? I need to stop talking about other things while Kondo's at the plate, because she swings and hits one when I least expect it. I'm talking and then boom, oh, there it goes. What's up? Oh, all the way down? third inning, 2-1. Georgetown ahead of Creighton. Georgetown had a couple of base runners in the home half of the second. Naya Campos was on. She got gunned down at first by this one right here, Lily West. And then a hit batsman on Casey Lyman, so she trotted over to first. She actually almost was victim of the same situation that Campos came into. Lily West clobbers one right side, but foul. And then Cam Kondo almost homered. There's a grab by Dalton there on the warning track out here. So Lily West, who flew out to center in the first inning yesterday. It's her first at-bat today, but second at-bat in this game, if you will. Happier with us today, Christian Taylor on Hoya Vision. Gotta love just these morning games. 11:21 a.m. Those of you watching in the Central Time Zone, 10 o'clock over there, have your morning coffee as this one tripped into center. Base hit for Lily West. Gotta just kind of be fun, right? You wake up, eat your breakfast, and tune into a game, or eat breakfast or your Sunday brunch while the game's going on. Might as well. Enjoyable morning turning into afternoon. Kaylee Wilson, the powerful first baseman, was hit by a pitch in the first inning. Showing bunt here just shows that she does basically everything for this team, even though her hitting prowess has stood the test of time, certainly in this conference, but in the state of Nebraska, in the nation. Just collected her 150th career hit against DePaul a few games ago. Smacked foul. And there are a few Creighton fans who have made their way out here today. They're standing up top there, right in the sun, too. But what a vantage point that is up there in this, once again, gorgeous complex. Time called here again, and the home plate umpire relaying some info to Coach Wood at third as she was inching ever closer and closer to home plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Plaka delivers, and it is Wilson who gets the bunt down. The coverage by Lorena Vasquez Nzunza is in time.
Third base, number 5, Alyssa.
And so that is a 5-4 put out over at first. Sacrifice bunt. And it moves Lily West over to second base. Alyssa Gappa struck out looking in the first inning. Gappa playing at third base today, wearing number 5, and now sees 1 out in this inning. Kept low, but inside for a strike. Junior from Omaha, Nebraska. You know, and the thing that is just so fascinating about this Creighton team, and it was something we talked about in Friday's game, was just, firstly, the ability to recruit from all over the country is great in this sport, but there are a lot of players on this Blue Jays team that are from the state of Nebraska. Good stop in the dirt there by Forshee. Eight players on this Creighton roster who are from the state of Nebraska. And Gappa here is one of them. Attended Northwest High School. Set a Nebraska Class A state record of a .712 batting average as a senior. 7-12. I mean, she's going, right? 3 for 4 every game. That's just insane. And was a no-brainer to stay in state and play here at Creighton. What is Coach Wood, who is trying to pick the brain here of Alyssa Gappa. As the home plate umpire slowly make his way over and might separate the two here. Coach Wood already seeing a few things that she wants to adjust today. Already she's made the switch in center with Dalton now instead of Seville. You know, again, one is required, you know, just kind of keep things how they are coming in, but and again, it is a different day. You can try something else. This one looped to second base. Lyman has it covered. That's the second out here. So remember, technically it's the same game, but yet technically it's a new day. Things change in about a 24-hour span, don't they? Mindsets are different. Swings are different. Sun is different. Everything. Oh, 0-1 the count to Madeline Vejvoda, who has one of 3 hits in this game for Creighton. Georgetown have just the 1 hit, but they have the 2 runs. A couple of errors by Creighton defending has helped them out so far. Planka and West taking a couple of steps, some bigger steps than usual over at second, knowing that anything hit to the outfield she needs to score on. Count has been equalized. Planka, this one swung on, hit into right field. Under it is Lou. End of the third. We march our way to the bottom now. 2-1 in favor of Georgetown.
Leading off here, Georgetown Warriors. Shortstop, number 18, Morgan.
Third inning now for Georgetown batting. Morgan Zamora, one of 2 Cal transfers. The other, of course, being Kondo. Both of which played on that Cal team from 2019 to 2021 together. Kondo started off in 2018. So she's been playing for a while. So too Zamora just about a year later. And a quick 0-2 count to Zamora, who last time up allowed Akers to get involved defensively and record the outs as she was trying to move Kondo around. Akers winds up for this one, and it's the first ball of the count to Morgan Zamora, the shortstop, grad student, San Bernardino, California, attended Cajun High School, and there at Cal, 46 games played, a .232 batting average. That exits the strike zone. 16 hits, 8 runs, couple of doubles. And it was that 2021 season where she probably had her most action, and that was 22 games played that year after not playing at all in the 2020 year. Two balls and 2 strikes. And now this year has transferred over. I would assume Cam Kondo was a big reason why Zamora is now over here, but Georgetown needed a shortstop, and here she is. This one, a slow dribbler, and Wilson dives out for it, but it did hit the turf at the start, and Zamora with enough pace to beat out any sort of attempt by Wilson. Here's the thing, though, for Wilson, she kind of had to play it the way she did because of how weird that ball was spiraling off the bat. You saw she was looking for that diving grab, but hit that turf, was still able to stop it, but maybe just underestimated the speed of Zamora. And so it's May Forshee. May Forshee singled in the 6th inning of the game on Friday here against Creighton. Didn't do anything against Coppin State. Had 3 walks. They're against Providence in that final game. That's how she's batted here in this recent stages. But one thing that was a big part of her game last year was the ability to clear the yard. And certainly had a few of those as a little bit of contact is made, but just out of the reach of Lily West behind the plate. This year, Forshee has 3 homers. Arizona game was her last one, the first of the 2 Arizona games. Back on March 31st. Homer was clobbered against Seton Hall on the 17th of March, as well as Villanova in Game 1 when the Wildcats came to town. This one popped up right side. Wilson desperately trying to get to it, so too Vejvoda. And it landed just inside the fence, so you think maybe just a missed opportunity for the Creighton defense. Kind of fitting, though, that she hit one of those homers in Arizona since she is from Arizona. This one is fouled away again. But last year, May Forshee was able to hit 9 homers, a .333 batting average, and really was extremely impressive back there. Offense, defense. It's just had this knack of helping out Georgetown in any way possible. As this one just buckled down Lily West, and how about the heads-up base running by Morgan Zamora, showing her speed on these last few moments. This year, Forshee is second on the team with a .279 batting average. Of course, it is Kondo who leads everybody. Foul ball again. Forshee would have been first place on the team if it weren't for the great Abby Smith, who had, remember, transferred her way in from Texas A&M. Had played some SEC ball and wanted to close off her career at Georgetown, and because of doing so, was tied for the team lead in homers last season with 10. And of course, the great Alyssa Chavez had 10 homers too last year. 2-2. And Forsey was right there behind them with the 9 homers. Savannah Jones had 8 herself. You see, those are some significant names that left. Cassie Henning, another name that left. Kiki Besnard. Now some players who were doing damage. And this year, it's a slightly different roster. A good mix here as this one swung on and hit deep into left center. But it is Dalton who gets another grab right at the warning track. And the tag up by Zamora.
Designated player number 16, Kayla Dunn.
That sets up 1 out. Kayla Dunn. Already Dalton making Coach Wood look real good here at the start because of her ability to play defense. Has ranged over to a few here, and she might have another chance, and she does claim it, but tagging up, heading home is Zamora. That is small ball at its best. And so Georgetown tally their 3rd run of the game. I tell you what, I mean, you can take all the RBIs that you want, right, and clobber homers, but when you get a runner on base and then just inch them around the diamond and in, there's something so beautiful about that. I mean, remember that 2014-2015 Kansas City Royals team were perfect at that, and they won a World Series because of their ability just to inch runners along and get important runs. And both of the, well, actually, basically all 3 of the runs today here from Georgetown have been just inching along. A couple of errors that they've benefited off of. And now just a simple single and get some sac flies. Akers winds up, pitches. That's a long one, but thuds on top of the clubhouse at the Nationals Youth Baseball Academy. Lorena Vasquez-Nzunza reached on an error in the 1st inning and stays alive on this count. 1 ball, 2 strikes, still here in this AM in Washington, D.C. A good handful of fans who have made their way out here for this one today. Slow roller, foul ball still. That is the new 3rd baseman, by the way, and Erica Perez replaces Alyssa Gappa. Erica Perez has seen lots of action this season as a freshman out of California. Count stays here. Lorena Vasquez-Nzunza, senior from Chandler, Arizona. By way of Hamilton High School. Cut inside. Count levels up. And so Vasquez-Nzunza back-to-back state championships there, 2016 and 2017. Akers winds up for this one. An important pitch already. Grounder at 3rd. Perez absolutely rifles one to 1st. That is the end of the 3rd inning. And Georgetown get one more sacrifice fly from Kayla Dunn, scoring Morgan Zamora. To the 4th inning we go. top of the fourth as we continue on through things today. Scores 3-1 for Georgetown. They just got one more. Just allows Brooke Plonka to try and continue and work her magic there in the circle. Saren Croker, the batter, foul ball. And so I think today we have to describe the uniforms for both of these two teams. Now, something, at least in my opinion, that is overlooked in this sport is the variety and different uniforms that a lot of these teams in the nation are able to wear. Softball, they use as many different color combos as you can. And there's a swing and a miss. And Croker is down on strikes. Emma Rozaki, the right fielder, walked her last time up in the second inning. And there's a ball. Well, Creighton now, they're known for using three colors. Usually it's that blue and white, that more of a royal blue and white, but there is a little bit of a navy blue as well, as this one is clobbered. And foul. Wow. That's had a lot of carry on it, didn't it? And Lou just hoping that was going to continue foul. So too Plonka. Creighton, they have this navy blue to it. It's very subtle, and you don't see it much in too many other sports, but they can come out and deck themselves in this navy, and it looks sharp. And that's what they're wearing today. So they got the navy jerseys. It's Blue Jays written across the chest in white. Another one back at the fence. 1 and 2. Pants the same navy. Got that white stripe down the side. And it's these stirrup socks, folks. I mean, Georgetown are wearing them today. You see Brooke Plonka. Right now, she's got them. Actually, it looks like the stirrup part is a little bit further up on the sock itself. But that's such a good look for this sport. 2 and 2. It's something that I wish more players did in baseball, is pull up their socks. Because, again, I get it. Sometimes those pants, I still remember in high school for myself, those pants were just so tight that unless you had like a really skinny leg, it was so hard to pull the pant up. But this one swung on and missed for strike 3. That's 2 now in this inning for Plonka. And Ensley Frame, the shortstop, batting with 2 outs in the 4th. But, you know, sometimes these pants are just so tight that it's hard to pull up. So you can understand why not everybody does it in the sport of baseball. But it looks good, the few players who do it. And that is why softball thrives in that category, because it's basically a full part of the uniform. It's not really optional. You have to have them up. And at least in my personal opinion, it doesn't happen everywhere, but pulled up socks means you got a little bit of speed to you. Makes you look a little bit faster when you see some different colors moving pretty quickly. One and 1. Ball is low and outside of the strike zone. 2 and 1. Ensley Frame, the batter here, trying to prevent a 1-2-3 strikeout inning for Brooke Plonka. Georgetown Unis, they're used to wearing these home whites. Small numbers on the back, really small, really, but they work, don't they? This is a sport where you don't really need these massive numbers, unlike a lacrosse or soccer or something like that. And of course, they got the world-famous Georgetown G across the chest in navy, white pants and the navy gray and white stirrup socks, as Plonka wants to get a little more rosin here. And May 4, she just making sure everything's still intact. Ensley frame, the long look at Plonka, and she got it! Called strike 3, struck out the side. We have concluded the top of the 4th. Bottom coming up after this on Hoya Vision.
Leading off for your Georgetown Hoyas, right field, number 23,
Brittany Liu. Naya Campos, Casey Lyman for the Georgetown offense in the 4th inning as we've reached the midway point of this second game. Don't forget, this is the continuation of yesterday's game that was called dead due to lightning. And after this one, we'll see the resumption and actually no new start for the final game of this series. There's just something about these two teams and games being canceled or delayed. Well, last year was a similar situation. That first game didn't even happen. Georgetown at Creighton. Kept on the ground, foul. The second game was determined in extras, and then the third game, Georgetown were leading by quite a bit. I believe it was 7-2 at the time, but they got to about the 4th, 5th inning, and they had to call it because of the Georgetown traveling arrangements. They had to meet them, so they just called it a no contest. So there was only one result shared between the two teams, and it belonged as an extra inning win for the Hoyas. And so this year's series not too far away from being different. This one's lined at Perez. It's a 5 line out for Naya Campos now. Kind of similar, an extra inning win in so far the one result from these two teams. That was on Friday, the Cam Kondo walk-off homer. Then yesterday they couldn't continue, so today needing to do what they can. At least to my knowledge, I don't know anything about travel arrangements for Creighton, so I would assume both games can get in today. But if all of a sudden in that second game, if it continues on and they just halt play, that might be the reason, because today's weather should be pretty good. I hope. Just says cloudy the rest of the day. Although yesterday there... Whoa! Okay, so I don't know if folks you saw it, but there was a fan up there up top at the picnic tables. He grabbed that foul ball by one hand. It's a Creighton fan. Impressive. Impressive. 2-1. All the way up. And he's just acting so nonchalantly like he's done that every day. kept low. 3 balls, 1 strike to Campos, who walked to lead off the second inning. Campos has been getting a few looks over here at first base in this series. Chiaris Alvarado Rojas had gotten a few glances in the most previous games as Campos sends this one really deep into center, and it's gone! It just carried and carried and carried. And Naya Campos, you can see how excited she is rounding third. Campos delivering her first collegiate home run. 4-1. How about that? That's gotta feel good. Towered, and actually, Dalton wasn't ages away from that ball either. It was a decent effort there by Campos, Naya Campos. She needed something like that to go her way. She only had 5 hits this season. Coming into that home run, as Casey Lyman's now at the plate. A 102 average for Campos. But Coach Conlon had seen the power, had seen her ability to rake, and there's a reason why she's continued to be a part of this team and this lineup, and gets it to count here with a solo shot of her own. And it is definitely a little bit different giving a home run to someone else than Cam Kondo, but you see, everybody else knows how to throw it over the fence. This is a Georgetown team that are just cranking homers this year. Skied high, and at second base, it's Vejvoda. The basket grab. 2 down. It wasn't pretty, but she got it done. That's a 28th homer this year for Georgetown batting. Creighton do have a few more this year. They've got 32, and they've allowed now 31 to all opponents. There's just something about this venue and Georgetown batting. They just seem to carry it. And I've always wondered, you know, since we're extended a little bit here, like elevated, that has just anything to do with it. So at least level-wise and location-wise, we're just outside of RFK Stadium. We can see it from here. But we're definitely above it when it comes to it. And those of you know, that stadium is massive. It's hard to tower above it, but we kind of are. So I just have this crazy little inkling that maybe, just maybe, even though it's very subtle, that the elevation up here allows the ball to carry just a tiny bit better. So the rest of the city is just a little bit below us. Ripped foul. That being said, sometimes it's just having home field advantage and being on a familiar field that just helps you too. I still remember that Georgetown baseball team last year, and they were able to homer here, but you know, their main venue last year down in Bethesda, they were doing just marvelous things there, always cranking homers. This one's hit on the ground. There's the run, and it is Claire Turner who runs out a ground ball and picks up a single. And it steps in Cam Kondo. The score at 4-1. Time is called by Coach Wood, as this is just getting a little bit trickier for Peyton Akers. Just allowed the homer to Campos, and now the single to Turner. And when you're a player of Turner's speed, just hitting a slow roll around the ground will benefit you in many ways. That's exactly what happened there. But something that's been very familiar is Coach Wood coming out and talking to pitchers when Cam Condo's stepping in. I mean, rightfully so. They've been thinking about Condo really for the last 24 to 48 hours. Condo with the 2 shots on Friday's game, including the walk-off. And, she got one pretty close in the second inning. They walked her to lead off the first. And there aren't as many hot hitters in this conference right now as Cam Condo, that's for sure. That's well too high, but Claire Turner goes to second. Oh, they got her! And Claire Turner can't believe it, and neither can Coach Conlon. Felt like maybe the tag wasn't on. The throw 100% beat her, but it's just a matter of if she got around it or not. And that's what Coach Conlon is trying to plead her case with, and will have to reluctantly walk off. And so, a brilliant look from Lily West behind the plate. Threw from her knees and closes off the 4th inning. As Georgetown do get one thanks to Anaya Campos' solo shot. We'll be back to the 5th inning. Fifth inning for Creighton, 9-1-2 for them here. And it was the sub in Ella Dalton who was at the plate for the second time today. She stayed in center field in replacement of Sidra Seville. She singled, had an RBI that scored Madeline Vejvoda. Got a piece of this one. Creighton this season, 17-23. 3-10 in Big East play. That is last place in this conference. But talking about some batters who can really hit. I mean, Gappa, Vejvoda, West, Croker, Nielsen, they're all batting over 300. But perhaps the issue in this series is just run into a pitching staff for Georgetown that's been throwing pretty well. And when you get Brooke Plonka coming in off of a perfect game, that's going to be hard to beat. And then Julia Parker, who dealt really nicely, allowed 3 runs through 3 innings, and then her brilliant dealing kept Creighton close, allowed the Hoyas to climb on back and win on Friday. And that's important to have if you're this Georgetown team, because they are mostly just using Plonka and Parker, and they'll try to go as far as they can with a Kayla Dunn intermix there is usually one of the next relievers in. But it's about 2 or 3 that Georgetown usually use, and if you get just the innings you are getting out of these pitchers, that's going to just do you a lot of good, because the confidence will continue. That happens the other way around, right? Where if you're not pitching well, though, then you're in real trouble. But Coach Conlon trusts her pitchers. And it's allowed this team to start making some headway here in this conference. Something that they really weren't able to do last year, remember? Sitting towards the bottom. But now this year, you know, just on the outside looking in. Wind up and the pitch, and a chopper that is foul from Dalton. So right now it is Georgetown who are in the 5 spot. Looks like the Big East website accidentally gave a win to Creighton there instead of Georgetown. So Creighton right now are listed at 4-9 in conference. They are not. They are 3-10. And Georgetown should be 6-7 instead of 5-8. This one popped up. Vasquez and Zunza basically on third base. And how about Zamora sliding in just in case?
Number 23, Kayla.
So it is Georgetown who are basically just a game behind Villanova right now for that 4th spot. Remember, it is the top 4 teams who advance on to the postseason. And the Hoyas here are asking questions. Plonka with their next dealing with Kayla Nielsen. Has a couple of flyouts. One to center in the first inning that happened yesterday. And then fly out to left in the second inning. Strike 1. Kayla Nielsen, just such a good way to start off this lineup. Nielsen, the junior from Blair, Nebraska. Ever since she arrived to Omaha, she just hasn't missed a beat. This is career start number 130 today of her career, and 135 career games played. And remember, though, that's still like a weird 2021 freshman campaign where things weren't 100% certain. She's made some contact here, and that fan couldn't make the basket catch. That one was a little bit easier to make, but he couldn't do that one as compared to the one fan half inning ago with the one-handed snag. I love about today, too, is we have fans kind of dispersed around the field here. They brought some chairs out, some blankets, just to sit and watch some good softball. Plonka with the next one, again kept low. That was a fascinating swing by Nielsen, close to the ankles, but needed to make some contact, and the count is at 1-2. Nielsen also played at Blair High School. The 3-sport athlete over there. This one driven in the left, but Kondo happy to take it. 2 outs. And the second straight time Nielsen has switched fields and push one over to left, and Brooke Plonka pointing right at her left fielder and directing a little bit of traffic here. 2 outs. Lily West, the catcher, who closed off the 4th inning by gunning down Claire Turner at second base. Outside of the strike zone there for Lily West, and West, just a freshman, it already just seems the way she carries herself like she is an upperclassman. I feel like that's a new trend happening in Division I sports. Here's Plonka again, 2-0. Just feel like nowadays these high school juniors and seniors who then convert to the college game are just so much more ready for it. Obviously, there's still a massive adjustment needing to be made, but more often you are seeing freshmen in almost any sport just hopping right in to the D1 level. That is a testament to how well they're working, and maybe even a bigger testament to just these incredible coaching staffs. All the access to facilities and training equipment that now Division I sports have. There's so much more that's known about maybe quite a while ago. Three balls and one strike for Lily West. Stays in, moves it to full, and all of a sudden Plaka one strike away from exiting this fifth inning. No base runners since Lily West's single in the third, to which she was able to move to second base on. Took a piece of that one. That probably could have been ball 4, but still has another crack here. Happy to have you guys tune in on this one today here on Hoya Vision. I'm Christian Taylor. Sunday now afternoon, 12:08 Eastern Standard Time. Still a second game coming up after this one. Plaka to try and close it. Towering fly ball to left. Kondo back to it again. Has been involved, hasn't she? That is the end of the fifth. Georgetown up next, leading 4-1. Back here, Georgetown leading 4-1. Cam Kondo at the plate. Oh, wow. Just completely left the head of Peyton Akers in a very awkward situation. And so it is ball 1. All right, so Kondo was up at the plate there in the fourth inning, and Claire Turner was thrown out at second. So she gets to start off the fifth inning since she didn't have an at-bat, and that one skids off the hands of Lily West. You can see the nervousness of this Creighton pitching staff and defense. Cloud covering a little bit more. It's something that we knew was going to happen today. Looks to be a slightly more overcast day, but games should be able to get in. I don't know how Kondo didn't move there, because that one was headed right towards her knees. As a very quick 3-0, Akers just wants no piece of Kondo right now. Kondo's going to patiently wait. Delivered home, ball 4. Yeah, nothing was even close there. So Kondo off to first for her second walk today. But it's a leadoff base runner. Morgan Zamora. He's got a single and a run scored in the third. The name of this game today for Georgetown has been small ball. You know, Kondo has pace. Does she try to steal second, or do they try and bunt her along? Kondo is 4 of 7 on stolen bases this year. Just second on the team behind Claire Turner's 11 of now 14. Rise pitch, which Zamora is able to lay off of. This Georgetown Creighton weekend, both baseball and softball teams are here in this building. The Georgetown baseball team to commence shortly for their final game. They did get one off yesterday. Fouled away, strike one. That baseball team for Georgetown, 20-16 this season, 4-4 in conference. They lost a barn burner, 15-11 on Friday. Remember, at one point it was about 11-0, but they had a 7-run inning that got things back. They actually leveled things up at 11 that game, and then Creighton ended up taking the lead and winning. But then yesterday it was a Georgetown 8-3 victory, so the rubber match today before Mount St. Mary's makes their way down here on Wednesday evening. Line up at the pitch from Akers. Zamora fouls it away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Georgetown leading the Creighton Blue Jays 4-1 in the bottom of the 5th inning. Game 1 of 2 today, game 2 of this series. If Georgetown can get this win, they officially would win the series, but just a matter of where. Zamora takes a little bit of contact. This will bounce down the steps and away of this facility. 2-2. You know, this is a gorgeous facility, by the way. I mean, all these fields. However, the parking lot's got a lot of potholes out there. It's almost as if it was formed by Cam Kondo's home run hits. This one is singled into right field. Base hit for Zamora. And that's another single for her. May Forshee, oh, is this a situation for her? No outs, 5th inning. She's got 2 runners on. And a new pitcher to come in for Creighton. As Akers hasn't really been able to get out of many of these innings, and so it's Jenna Lawrence, the junior from Albia, Iowa, to potentially close off the game for the Blue Jays. And she'll take some warm-up pitches. We'll let her do that here, and we'll be back in the 5th inning. Fast warm-up there for Jenna Lawrence, but she's set and ready to go. It's got May Forshee. For Jenna Lawrence this season, this is her 10th appearance. Strike one. 6 strikeouts on the season as allowed 4 doubles on 28 hits, 19 2/3 innings pitched, 0-2 record. Has not started any games, but needing to come in for some relief here of Peyton Akers, who has pitched herself into a little bit of trouble. The walk to Cam Kondo and a single to Morgan Zamora. So May Forshee, the last time she was up, had a fly out to center, which was able to move Morgan Zamora over to third. To which then Zamora scored on the sac fly from Kayla Dunn. Lawrence with her 4th pitch now, and this one into center field, bloops in front of Dalton. Kondo is given the green line. This one's tossed away. Zamora chasing at third, and into second base is Forshee. 5-1 for the Hoyas, and are back to 2 runners in scoring position. No outs.
Designated player number 16, Kayla Dunn.
It's going to be pretty clear for Kondo that she needed to go home. And we have a pinch hitter for May Forshee over at second, or sorry, pinch runner over at second for Forshee. Gabby Nemrick, usual suspect.
Now running for your Hoyas at second base, Gabby Nemrick.
Nemrick is taking a look at the outfield placement here too, just in case anything gets overthrown, and if there is a single, just exactly where they're lined up. That is smart thinking there. And so Kayla Dunn with her chance to potentially hit another RBI. She already has 2 today. Has done so with a single and a sac fly. And Jenna Lawrence not with the first at-bat that she wanted to see, as the Hoyas will just continue to try and add some more runs on the board. Only the second inning did they not score in this game. Kind of picking up where they left off from that game yesterday, where they scored 2 runs in the first inning and did so with some small ball, and they're doing the exact same thing here just about 24 hours later. Lawrence with the next one, and a quick check over at third of Zamora, to which she's able to get back in for. And Dunn quickly looking at that armband. Make sure she understands the sign there at third base. Runners were advancing a little bit, but ball 4 for Kayla Dunn. It's had a very unique, unusual type of day at the plate. Pat Conlin to make a change there in her scorecard. And it might be a pinch runner at first base too. Gianna Shulo is the pinch runner. Lorena Vasquez Nzunza the batter. And it is ball 1. These Creighton pitchers is having a little bit of trouble finding the strike zone here. This one, contact right at short. That's a fantastic play to home, but the relay to first not in time. So a 6-2 fielder's choice. So they get the lead runner. Bases stay loaded. And it is another change out there. See if this will be for pinch hitter or pinch runner. Lorena Vasquez and Zunza has got, or at least had her hands on her helmet, but it looks like the change will be at the plate for Sophia Scarangella.
Now batting here, Georgetown Warriors, number 17, Sophia Scarangella.
Pat Conlon trying to find all the answers right now. Has already done so with a couple of pinch runners out there, with Nemrick at third, with Shulo at second. This one swung on and hit deep into right field. God! Grand slam for Sophia Scarangella. Pinch hit roll. This game turned on its head even more. Nine to 1. And I think with that, that's 8 runs. That, I believe, should end it because there is an 8-run mercy rule. And that is your winner for Georgetown. So I guess you could put it, the Hoyas have walked it off both games. Took 5 runs in that 5th inning, and the grand slam from Sophia Scarangella, making it 9-1. Her second home run of the year. First since the Villanova game, the first one. And that is your final score of 9-1. So now, we wait for about 30 minutes before game number 2 of today starts. Game number 3 of the series. Creighton looking to salvage one somewhere. Great pitching from Brooke Plonka. Again, allowed just the 1 run on 3 hits. We'll see who gets the start for game 3. It might be Julia Parker, but we'll see what happens, what Coach Conlon thinks. But the moves have been right in this series for this Georgetown team and are looking for a sweep. We will stop here for a moment here on Hoya Vision, but stay tuned. The next game coming up in 30 minutes. But your final score from game 2 today, Georgetown 9, Creighton 1. We'll see you a little bit later, everybody. Welcome back, everybody, for some Game 2 action today. Game 3 of this series, Georgetown and Creighton. First pitch at 12:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Glad you're with us. I'm Christian Taylor here on Hoya Vision. First batter for the Creighton Blue Jays in Game 3 of this series is Kayla Nielsen, the left fielder, with Kayla Dunn starting in the circle, and there's the first strike that she delivers. Well, the Georgetown Hoyas 2-0 in this series. A walk-off on Friday thanks to Cam Kondo. And then this first game today, you get that grand slam from Sophia Scarangella. And there's immediately a grounder to short, to which Morgan Zamora is able to claim. 6-3 put out. So Scarangella came in, remembered a pinch hit, and cranked it. Absolutely cranked it. And that then determined the mercy rule there after 5 innings. 8 runs or more, remember, after at least 5. First strike delivered to Lily West, and it's going to look fairly similar for the Creighton Blue Jays. Lily West batting second. The catcher batting third is Kaylee Wilson at first base. Fourth, the designated player, Alyssa Gappa. Delivery from Dunn, and it's fouled off of West herself, but Dunn tracking it just in case. Madeline Vejvoda batting 5th at second base. Erica Perez is starting at third base, batting 6th. Emma Rozanki in right, batting 7th. Ensley Frame at short, batting 8th. And Sidra Seville batting 9th in center field. Pitch from Dunn, swung on and missed. 2 quick outs from the sophomore pitcher.
First base, number 15,
Kaylee Wilson at first base. Well, she has been spectacular in her career, but today hasn't quite been up to her usual bit. Didn't even get a chance in the 6th inning. She only had 2 plate appearances in the first game. Got hit by a pitch and a sacrifice bunt in the 3rd inning. Rolls one foul right at the Georgetown dugout, and quickly out to make sure everybody's okay is Gabriella Elvina. It hit their bats over there too. Loud thud, and that's not a very light hit either by Kaylee Wilson. The outfield is pushed back pretty far, nearly to the warning track, trying to keep everything in front. And there's a big swing and a miss by Wilson for strike 2. The defense looks like so. Behind the plate is May Forshey. Campos at first, Lyman at second, Zamora at short, LVI over at third. Low and away. Left field to right field is Kondo, Turner, Liu. Done. Here it comes. Carried away. And so the layoff by Kaylee Wilson moves this to a full count, as Kayla Dunn is urgently looking for that quick 1-2-3 inning to start off this game, as the Hoyas are in the mood and looking for a sweep. Wind up and the pitch, swung on, hit fairly deep in the left field. Kondo chasing it down, but lands in the Creighton bullpen. Stays at 3-2. Their pitcher, by the way, is going to be Natalia Puccino. We saw her on Friday. And actually pitched pretty well. And went basically the whole way. Done on the delivery. Chopper at second base. There's the scoop by Lyman. 1-2-3 to close off the first inning for the Hoyas. They get their first crack after this on Hoya Vision.
field, number 10.
Here's Cam Kondo to start off the first inning for Georgetown. And you know Natalia Puccino has been thinking about Cam Kondo ever since Friday. And the last at-bat that she had was against Kondo, which was the walk-off homer. And Kondo was surprisingly left without a homer in the first game of this doubleheader today. Had a couple of walks and a fly out to center, which was inches away from clearing. I'm talking inches. Caught inside. It was the pitcher for Creighton Game 1 and Peyton Akers who didn't want any part of Kondo, so everything was pretty far away. This one swung on, hit deep right center field. Chasing it is the center fielder in Seville and records the first out of the inning. I mean, when she makes contact, again, inches away there.
Shortstop.
I mean, that's a massive win for the Creighton pitching staff. And a good claim by Seville, who is starting here in center. She did technically start game 2 out there, but was swapped out by Ella Dalton, who continued on through and made a couple of good snags herself. Morgan Zamora for ball 1. Game 1 today for Zamora. Saw her single twice and score a couple of runs. There's a strike. She is, of course, at shortstop today, as we'll run through the lineup here. And with May Forshee on deck for the Hoyas. 2 balls, 1 strike. Kayla Dunn in the 4th spot. Lorena Vasquez Inzunza 5th. Brittany Liu is 6th. Naya Campos 7th. Casey Lyman is batting 8th, and then Claire Turner 9th. 3-1 to Morgan Zamora. I'll try to do her best today. Continuing to work Puccino. Wind up and the pitch. There's a strike that keeps her alive there. Zamora can work counts, and she did so in few of her at-bats in game 1 today. Took her a while before she got the single, that final single, which eventually led to her scoring another run. Ball 4. So the grad student finds her way on as the first base runner today.
Number 15, May Forshee.
Talked about how she really had put herself into a good situation there in the 5th inning, had that RBI double, eventually scored a run on that walk-off by Scarangella. Or the game ender, mercy rule walk-off by Scarangella. And Forshee right back in here. This one ripped foul. 0-2. Run through the defense here of Creighton. Behind the plate is Lily West. Of course, inside the circle is Natalia Puccino. First base, Kaylee Wilson. Second base, Madeline Vejvoda. Third base, Erica Perez. At short is Ensley Frame. Left field, Kayla Nielsen. Center field, Sidra Seville. Right field, Emma Rozanki. Here it comes. Low. And watch out, the runner in Zamora goes to second. She gets in. It just takes a split moment. And Zamora now becoming an absolute phenom on the base paths. We saw her outrun one nicely in the first game today and was able to work her way to second a little bit after that. This one, fly ball left side, and it's carrying out. 1 ball and 2 strikes to May Forshee. The catcher, the other grad student. Got some important grad students on this team. Takes a rip at this one and into the gap. Certainly should score Zamora. Where can Forshee go from here? She's looking over. Will stop at second, but it bounces off of the glove just for a moment of frame. May Forshee, another double for her. And it scores the first run of this game for the Hoyas. You get that walk, you move to second, and you get the double. As perfectly drawn up as you could do it. A team that is hitting more timely than they were in all of last year. Kayla Dunn as the pitcher. To try and help her cause. Already has 1 run in support thanks to the batters above her. Dunn fouls it away. Well, May Forshee coming up with some clutch hits here and has been an integral piece of this team her entire career. 2-1. Remember, folks, this was a Georgetown team who last year only had 5 conference wins. And honestly, if you keep going back down the line in previous years, they've really only gotten as high as about 6. This one at second base and out of the reach. Oh, and Forshee's given the green light as well. She scores. 2-0. RBI single, Kayla Dunn. Four batters, 2 runs. Oh, time called, Coach Wood. This might just be a settled down chat. They're trying to get something out of this. Again, it's a long trip back. And, they'd like to make the trip at least a little bit shorter with picking up some sort of win, and it's got to start on the defensive end. And what has leaked from last game into this game has been the runs by this Georgetown offense, who are continuing to roll. They just keep running through that order, just as Coach Conlon has always wanted. But this Georgetown team, they're already up now to 7 conference wins, which ties himself up with their recent best. 2018, they had 7 conference wins. But the years leading up and after, we're talking about 3, 4, 5 conference wins. The last time they even had more than 7 conference wins, you got to go back to 2014, where they went 12-8 in Big East play. That was also their last winning season at 26-22. It's been almost 10 years since Georgetown has had a winning record, and them sitting at 13-24, it would certainly take a lot for them, though, to get back to a winning record overall, but they can at least try and do it for conference play. 7-7. And a big part of that has been their ability to at least pick up a game, even from teams above them in the standings. This is Lorena Vasquez and Zunza at the plate. 2-1. Wind up and the pitch. Popped up. Right side out. Villanova, a team who's above Georgetown in the standings. They got a win against them. They got 1 win against Seton Hall. 10-1 win. Same thing with UConn. Actually, the games were all pretty close against them, but they got a 5-2 win at the last game. And Providence series, they got 2 wins. And this Creighton series, they have at least 2. So they're not getting swept, something they did, a little bit last year. This again shows the different steps, and the quality pitching hasn't been every game, but a lot of games it's helped the cause, kept opposition close. But I think the name of the game has to be the timely hitting. Lorena Vasquez and Zunza with the full count. Delivery from Puccino, and interested is West, but it doesn't miss by much. Off to the concourse it goes. 3-2. On this sunny now Sunday afternoon in Washington, D.C. Clouds have been battling here and there. It's another foul ball. LVI is doing what she can, and because of that, the home plate umpire, who is now decked in the light blue for this second game today, will get a few more softballs. Long Wade Puccino delivers home and gets the strikeout. 2 away.
Right field, number 23, Brittany Liu.
Well, this 6th spot's become pretty synonymous with Brittany Liu. The spot that's been fitting her. Brittany Liu. She started her career over at Liberty. That was a pretty good Liberty team, by the way. Watch out, check to first. Wonderful dive back in by Dunn. Now, that was a Liberty team who, in 2019, when she was there, went 40-22. Had a 16-5 Atlantic Sun record. Foul ball. Brings a second strike into this count. They were so good, they went to the tournament. They hosted regionals where they beat Rutgers 1-0. They beat Kent State 4-0. And they beat Marshall 7-0. Low again. But then, because of those 3 wins, they advanced to the championships. And 2 straight losses for them. A close game against the Mavericks of UT Arlington. And then a 7-2 loss to Iowa State. And those of you know how good softball is in the Big 12. But that was Brittany Liu's Liberty team. However, she didn't play too many games that year, just 9 total. 1 start, had 2 hits, one of which was a triple. And works that count well for ball 4. And Puccino can't get out of this inning.
First base, number 24, Naya Campos.
Naya Campos homered earlier today. Pinch runner for the Hoyas with Kayla Dunn standing at second. Want to save some of that energy for the circle. And it's the usual Gabby Nemrick. Remember, she was listed in the roster today as the flex, so it'll just be a nice little spot for her here. And she is grooving there at second base with Naya Campos' walk-off song. So the home plate umpire just relaying info over to the Creighton end on the changes. This has been a really nice long wait here for Campos.
Running for your Hoyas at second base, Gabby Nemrick.
We get a nice and extended listen to Los Aparados. I think that's the name of the song there. El Alfa, Noriel, and Trueno. I don't know if I pronounced that right, folks. I'm sorry. I'm not hip, so I know that's a famous song, but I, I didn't know. There's the first pitch outside. 1-0 here. I know the songs like Tiny Bubbles that the Georgetown staff here play for the Creighton or any opposition fielding practice. Actually, I think controlled by Cam Kondo, but those are the type of songs. Some Paul Anka, right? Maybe extended a little bit into the 80s, but not the current stuff. Brought back in by Lily West behind the plate. Fantastic frame. It's 2-0 for Georgetown. Once again, they strike early against these Creighton Blue Jays. Delivery is up and away from the strike zone. 3-1. Naya Campos just looking to load these bases or maybe more. It's the first baseman here. Puccino takes another one, and it's ball 4. Back-to-back walks. And it is Akers who was warming up in the Creighton pen here. And it's a pitching unit here that hasn't quite been up to the standard that we've seen in other games for Creighton, too. I mean, you got to give credit to this Hoyas offense because they are doing wonderful things, but it's this Creighton pitching staff that now hurting themselves a little bit. 3 walks in this inning. 2-0, 2 outs. Casey Lyman as the 8th batter. Casey Lyman ripping foul. Lyman at second base. The young freshman started and played in every game this season. Had a good Providence series. Had gone 5 for 10 against them. And it's important that she had a good series like that because there was a part of this year where her bat had gone cold. From the 25th of February against App State. As this one is cranked into right center, and leaping out for it is Rozaki, and needed to make that play and kept the bases loaded, and only 2 cross for the Hoyas. To the second inning, 2-0. Alyssa Gappa for Creighton. It goes 4-5-6 for them here. Gappa has been playing at third base these last couple of games before she then got subbed out by Erica Perez. So the lone misser in this lineup is Sarah Croker, who is playing a role at DP. As the first one swung on, hit it a deep center. Claire Turner camps under it. First out. But Gappa can play DP, and that's where they're going to try and use her here for this final game today. Madeline Vejvoda, the second baseman, honestly had a really good couple of games here. In the first game on Friday, had a double with a couple of RBIs, as well as a ground-out RBI and a single in that 8th inning. And then, for the first leg of the doubleheader, a triple. Actually, she hit that triple before everything paused. She eventually scored a run there in the second, but that was their lone run of the last game. And Vejvoda has paired that with some good defending. Junior from La Vista, Nebraska. 0-2. Started every game. Is back at her usual second base. She was shortstop last year, gone over to that position, but now with Frame in the fray, that's back to her usual spot at second base, and you can see that she is very comfortable over there too. Remember that name, Victoria Alvarez. She was on this Creighton team, and that's who Vejvoda was playing in from behind on. This one grounded at short. Zamora on it quickly. Relay to first in time. Her second 6-3 ground out of the day. And Erica Perez, the third baseman. Erica Perez, so coming into the weekend, had 4 hits in her last 5 and hasn't quite gotten those looks. She did get an at-bat in the 7th inning on Friday where she struck out looking. But then after that, never got a chance to bat in the first game today. Was subbed in as a defensive replacement for Gappa, but didn't get the at-bat. But certainly in a bit of a decent groove come this time of the season. A freshman from Madera, California. So good over there at Madera High School at a .500 batting average in 2021 there. Which is the second highest in single season history there at Madera. There's a strike, 1-2. Was named Madera Tribune's Offensive Player of the Year. Also had a .750 slugging percentage there. Dunn, the delivery, called strike 3. Second strikeout of the day for Dunn. And the Hoyas back up to bat next. That's Claire Turner California knows how to party. And she is a California girl. There's strike one. I knew that song. That one's kind of recent. From Palo Alto, California. Wind up in the pitch for Puccino, and there's a strike two. Well, she played with the Cal Nuggets over there in her state of California. And had a lot of success over there, certainly. This one, a little blooper. Second base, Vejvoda comes back to take. First out. And now it's Cam Kondo. You get 3 California girls in a row with Turner, Kondo, and Zamora. And Cam Kondo from San Francisco. She gets this first one for ball one and takes her trademark long half walk to third base before she'll step back in here. Kondo, who once again missed a homer by just a few feet, if even, in the first inning. We'll see if Puccino goes even at her here. 2-0 the score for the Hoyas. 1 out in the second inning. Delivery again. Cuts in for a strike. 2-1. 13 homers on the season for Cam Kondo. She has 33 hits altogether, so 20 hits elsewhere besides the 13 homers. I mean, that's a crazy ratio right there. That is almost a 50-50 split between homers and any other hit. Their average climbed up to 317 coming into today. Kondo takes a little bit of power on this one, carrying a little bit, and there's the claim by Nielsen, ranging to her right. 2 away, and she needed to chase it down. I mean, it's been really close to falling. It may have landed in foul territory, but you just can't take that chase. And a chance to get rid of Kondo, that's the look to get, isn't it? Morgan Zamora. Talking with Gabriela Elvina, who was a 4-year starter here at Georgetown. Her final season was there in 2016. She was a part of that 2014 team that had a winning record. 34 games, made 36 appearances in her freshman year, usually behind the plate, and 11 hits that year. And it's ball one. And she brings just this great bit of knowledge with her. Coach for Jersey Intensity, which was a fast pitch organization. That was like 14U, 16U teams. There's a strike. So just kind of bounced around the at least the softball world, and then came right back here 4 years at the Washington Nationals Youth Baseball Academy, which is where we're standing right now. So not only does she know this team, she knows the facility. Oh, and that one is dropped in foul territory by Frame. Oh, boy. And now it means Zamora has another chance, and you know what that usually means. Something might happen here. And, of course, Elvina, she leads the hitting, the infield, and the catching here at this great university. 1-2. Zamora with another chance. Ball 2. So what was and should have been the final out of the inning instead continues with Zamora at the plate. that drop ball in foul territory. Here it comes. Popped up foul again. The outfield and infield just relaying that there are just 2 outs here in this inning. This one sent in, ripped foul again. Gabriela Elvino with some fantastic acrobatics over there. 2-0 the score in inning 2. It's Puccino who's looking for a 1-2-3 inning. It hasn't been easy. 1 strike away from doing so, and makes it full. Zamora walked, scored a run. Last time up in the first inning. Wind blowing a little bit here. Skied high, this should be playable. Nielsen will secure this one that time, so nothing happened after that dropped out, but it did cause Puccino to toss a few more behind the plate. And so we head on up to the third. 2-0 still for Georgetown.
Number
7, 8, 9 for the Creighton order. Rozaki, Frame, Seville. For this third inning, Kayla Dunn looking good so far. Game 3 of this series. Well, we got through that second one. Remember, these teams only got 1 total in last year. They're in Omaha. Chopper at short, Zamora scoops it up on a couple of hops. And the grab by Campos, maybe even better at first. And Zamora certainly happy, but she was the one to range to it. Ensley Frame, who dropped that potential third out just moments ago, although was helped out anyways. They still were able to retire Zamora there to close off the second. Ensley Frame sees ball 1. Frame, the freshman from Gretna, Nebraska, second highest career batting average in her high school's history at Gretna High School. 434 average. Whiffed right through 1-1. The topic of conversation as well on Friday was how not only were these, players good in high school, but like they were setting records in high school. I mean, you have to be good at that level even to get to D1, but to just catch so many eyes like that and set records and everything you could ever hope for is extremely more impressive. And Ensley Frame was one of those. He's also a member of the 2021 All-Nebraska softball team. And what was crazy is because of how good she is, you think that she's been playing her whole life. It's not necessarily true. Flown into left. Too far for Kondo. didn't start playing softball until age 10. It was her mom and grandpa who actually convinced her to, give it a try there at age 10, and it didn't take her long to turn softball into her favorite sport. It's a 2-2, and has spent basically her entire career, and that 2-2 moves up to 3-2. Her entire career has been magnificent. Didn't skip a beat from the first moment. She put hands on bat or hand in glove. Well, somebody's going to have to fetch a couple of these softballs here, as there are a few now sitting. There's a few in that Creighton bullpen, and there's now one near the steps that walk down to the street below us. At third, Lorena Vasquez Nzunza comes across for it. 2 retired. And it's Sidra Seville, the last batter for Creighton offense before they move back to the top. Sidra Seville, sophomore, New Lenox, Illinois. A lot of youngsters who are beginning to make up this team again. Creighton. Including, some returners like a Kaylee Wilson, which is just a big name to have back. Out of play here. Kiara Mills leaving from last year. Sam Alm leaving. Brittany Matthey. Shayna Dolan. Kate Mullally, remember her pitching performances. Michaela Santa Cruz, she was brilliant at times too. And so now with Coach Wood at the helm, much different looking team, at least in some regards. And they're trying to find their way. Against overall, it's been fairly solid, but Big East play hasn't been ideal as they've now dropped down to 3-11. It's basically just about taking them out of the postseason hunt with only a few series to go. But Georgetown very much alive when it comes to that scenario. Wind up in the pitch from Dunn. Oh, it's a bit off the plate. It's full now. Creighton still have a UConn series, a Providence series, and a St. John's series to go, as well as a few non-conference ones. Also has a trip to South Dakota in there. That one ripped right at third for Lorena Vasquez Nzunza. And another 1-2-3 inning for Kayla Dunn. Georgetown back up to bat. Bottom 3 next.
Catcher, number 15, May Forshee.
May Forshee to start off the third inning for the Hoyas. Natalia Puccino still in the circle for the Creighton Blue Jays. We were mentioning before the break, what they've got coming up, Creighton. Their next game is going to be Wednesday at Nebraska over in Lincoln. As there's a strike. And then we talked about their trip to South Dakota. That's the only other non-conference games they have left. It's going to be a quick doubleheader there in Vermilion, South Dakota, which is, it's got to be just a change of pace, isn't it? Popped up, right side infield. Favada ready for it and takes it. I mean, talk about two completely different trips. You take a flight out to Washington, D.C., talking about a city that is on the radar of the entire world. And then pace just slows down a little bit. You travel up to South Dakota. That's just got to be so fascinating to be a part of. Hey folks, yours truly, I'm from the Midwest, so I very much appreciate what goes on over there. My grandma was actually from Nebraska, and how that state really has a lot of charm to it, doesn't it? Next one sent in and misses for another ball to this count to Forshee. And now Kayla Dunn, after that Forshee pop out. But whenever a team comes out here, no matter where they're from, if it's, Marquette from Wisconsin or Creighton from Nebraska or even a Butler from Indiana, you come out here, life is just a little more faster out here. A lot of sightseeing opportunities. We were just talking with one of the Creighton players here. Elliott Smith was out patrolling the camera for a little bit, and she was saying, because of the weather and the timing of some of this, they actually won't be able to do all the sightseeing that maybe they wanted to on this trip out here. It's another foul ball. But of course, priority number one is to try take care of business out here. But you do see a little bit of this city when you're driving through, of course. For sure it's impossible to miss those monuments if you're driving in that area. This at-bat continues for Kayla Dunn. It's full. Of course, the Creighton baseball team will be traveling with the softball team on the way back. They play there where the College World Series is held, so there's quite a bit of charm on that trip over there, too. Well, there's a walk to Kayla Dunn.
Third base, number 8,
Lorena Vasquez Inzunza. Struck out swinging in the first inning. Puccino with that walk. Tallies her fourth of the day. Isn't 100% helping causes, but this one might. Watch out here. It is Wilson who grabs it above Dunn. That's one of those tricky situations because when you're the runner, you have to avoid the fielder. But the problem is it was layered so perfectly over at the first base bag that Dunn had to kind of stand there but yet still stay on base, so Wilson needed to be acrobatic there. Just like, when a ball is popped up right on that line, that runner has to weave around the fielder if they're standing in their way. The fielder gets first claim to that for sure. But that one's a little trickier, isn't it? But everything happened that needed to. Brittany Liu batting with 2 outs for the Hoyas. Walked in the first inning. And a check swing that went in on the hands. Two balls and 1 strike. Wind has died down a tad, sun out again. It's been all over the place, hasn't it? But the main thing is the no precipitation. That's all that matters. 3-1. Some military helicopters flying by here. something you see here in Washington, D.C. And Puccino with the long stare into her wristband takes this next one, swung on and missed. Strike two. And moves the count to full. Been getting more and more fans as this day has continued on. Had a few there in the morning, but some have stuck around. An okay number of Creighton fans here too. Puccino misses. Ball four. Lou, another walk. And Puccino thought it was a good one. And it's going to have to reset the mindset. Coach Wood calls time. It is Nia Campos who is the next batter here. She has a clipboard with her, Coach Wood. We can talk about Coach Wood a little bit more here. Again, is sitting in season number 1. Three-time Summit League Coach of the Year. Had coached over at South Dakota State, where they were just so impressive. 41-13 last year, South Dakota State. They were the 3 seed in the Orlando Regional. And they were the ones who eliminated Villanova out of this conference. Now, crazy how it all just kind of works together, but how about the offensive production last year by that South Dakota State team? School record 76 home runs. They had a pair of pitchers named the first team All-Summit League. And with all that combined, the Jackrabbits finished 12-0 at home, one of 3 teams in the nation to finish unbeaten at home. They, of course, won the Summit League regular season and tournament title in 2021 as well. Won 37 games, 2018, 2019. Yeah, there was a lot of success there. But before that, she was over at Wayne State College in Nebraska. And from 2007 to 2014, 2-0 to Campos. A 270 and 154 win mark there at D2's Wayne State. 3 consecutive NCAA tournaments between the 2009 and 2011 seasons. Won the 2010 NCAA Central Region Crown. School record 43 games as well there. So 43 and Coach Wood have been pretty synonymous, haven't they? 2 balls and 1 strike. Wind up in the pitch. Foul ball. Deuces are wild here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, 2 outs. 2-0. 2 hits for the Hoyas. Coach Wood, she also coached over at St. Cloud State and earned her Bachelor of Science too there. This one in the air, left side, and it is Creighton who just got out of the jam again. Hoyas could have more than 2 right now, but they do have the lead. The 4th inning will welcome us here shortly on Hoya Vision. Well, here we are in the 4th inning. And Creighton, without a base runner so far. Kayla Nielsen, Lily West, Kaylee Wilson for their offense. Only the top few hitters in their lineup. And a 2-0 from Kayla Dunn, who's been dealing so far and has only done so with 2 strikeouts. It's been a lot of ground balls. Only 1 flyout, and it was Alyssa Gappa. Otherwise, everything else has been on the ground or in the infield. That one doesn't reach the strike zone either, and is very close to allowing that first base runner of the game. Kayla Dunn, the sophomore out of Holly Springs, North Carolina. Last season appeared in 37 games just as a young freshman, started 35. And there's ball 4. And so Kayla Nielsen on for the first time in this final game for Creighton. Lily West, who struck out swinging last time to bat. Well, Kayla Dunn was able to do it at the plate a little bit too. 1 homer, 21 hits last year, .233 batting average, and had a 5.50 ERA in the circle. And thoughts about stealing there, Kayla Nielsen. As the bunt was shown, win-loss record of 7-8 and 112 strikeouts. And yet again was an integral piece of this Georgetown pitching staff, is just only continuing to get better. As May Forshee is calling the right time here, because Kayla Dunn has thrown 5 straight balls. We're talking about a much different pitching staff last year of Parker and Dunn, but Jordan Tallman was the other one. But that addition of Brooke Plonka has been so huge. And you know what's fascinating is both the softball and baseball teams have this major transfer from Dartmouth who have changed their programs. So obviously with softball, Brooke Plonka now has already pitched a perfect game in her Georgetown uniform, but on the baseball end of things, Ubaldo Lopez and his continuing to hit homers for that team these last 2 years has changed how that team has begun to play as well. 2-1. Oh, B just flew into my face here. 2-1. Bunt shown again this time. Popped it. Oh, Forshee just out of the range. She got close to it. It would have been a loud first out. Kayla Dunn ripped left field. First hit of the game for Creighton belongs to Lily West.
First base, number 15.
And so, no hitter or perfect game today. But again, Brooke Plonka has set that standard. But this has still so far been a nice outing. However, now the Hoyas in a tight scenario. And they're maybe sitting back and ruining the few chances they had in these previous innings where they could have scored more than 2. And the bases loaded there in that inning, and then the 3rd inning where they had a couple of runners on. And this might be for a pitching change. Julia Parker was warming up over there. And Coach Conlon had trotted out there. And actually, this might be a change of the armbands as well for the infield, and that's exactly what's happening. Because now with Parker in the circle, it creates a different scenario. As that's it for Kayla Dunn. Well, you can see perhaps the reason Coach Collin was keeping Dunn out there was because of that no-hitter. But now that that single went down, just doesn't have the greatest of sense of what could happen. So Julia Parker given the green light. And you know what? We haven't even seen Julia Parker today. We saw her in the Friday game. She went the whole way and pitched very well. Got the win. But they sense like this could be the moment. We'll pause for a moment, and we'll just let Julia Parker warm up here on Hoya Vision. Here we go now with Julia Parker back out here. It's a pleasure to have you all with us here today. Game is just slowly moving along here. A little bit of time in between a few pitches, but so important in between the mix as this first pitch by Kaylee Wilson is flung out into right and it drops in, and they cannot quite get Lily West at second, so they've done enough here. Creighton to load the bases, and they are threatening now. It's Tori Stafford with a chat with that first base umpire. Kaylee Wilson back on base here. Didn't have a hit the first game today. Had two in the first game on Friday. Alyssa Gappa, the DP. This one's hit very deep and right to us. Gone! Grand slam for Alyssa Gappa. They just needed one chance. And the DP homers and makes it 4-2 for Creighton.
Second base, number 19, Madeline.
Wow. Well, that's another grand slam we've seen. We saw Georgetown hit one with Sophia Scarangella, and now Alyssa Gappa homering just as Julia Parker went out there. So a few of those runs belong to Kayla Dunn. And this Blue Jays team didn't even see a hit until this inning. Foul ball. Almost kind of familiar with the final game between Providence and Georgetown. Remember how Providence were kept off the board and didn't have much going on. Then all of a sudden they broke out. Delivery sent in by Parker, and a ball on this count to Madeline Vavida, who had a ground out to Zamora in the second inning. Chopper slowly, Parker ranges to it. First out of the inning.
Third base, 12, Erica Perez.
For Gappa, that is her team leading 10th home run this season. And it comes at such an important time in this game. A junior from Omaha, Nebraska. Ball one here. First home run since the DePaul series. Final game, that was in their loss to the Blue Demons after winning 3 straight conference games there. The last game against Butler and then the next 2 at DePaul for dropping the final game. Those have been their only 3 conference wins, but are trying to get one here just at the end of this one and make their trip home a little bit easier. Certainly. 2-1's the count. Erica Perez, the third baseman who struck out looking in the second inning. Parker deals again. 4, she can't quite bring it back into the strike zone. 3-1. 4-2 now, this game for Creighton. And again, those chances for Georgetown where they didn't score the earlier innings now beginning to haunt them. Another one that is sent deep. Kondo racing back, and it's off the fence in the air. Quickly heading into second base is Perez, and she's there sliding. And Julia Parker has almost given up the cycle, and Brooke Plonka is warming up. Wow, how things have immediately changed. Just the swap of pitchers. Dunn doing well, walked and allowed a single in the 4th inning. It was taking her a few chances to find that strike zone, but since Parker came in, she is finding the strike zone, but Creighton have been hungry and licking their chops. This one right back to Parker. Easy toss to first, moves the runner over to third. 2 away. Ensley Frame.
Shortstop, number 22, Ensley Frame.
First delivery. It's a tad up and away. Well, Ensley Frame lined out to LVI over at third. Parker deals with this next one and has to be very careful now with the runner at third in Erica Perez. She has a little bit of speed herself. 2-0 is our count here. Second game today. First game resulted in a mercy rule by Georgetown, but this one a little bit closer. 3-0 from Julia Parker. And Brooke Plonka might have almost gotten the green light over there. She has just stopped tossing. Sent home. There's a strike. Sidra Seville is the batter on deck for Creighton. Needing a strike here, Parker takes this one home. That's another wonderful pitch. And it's full. 2 outs in this 4th inning. Georgetown all of a sudden down. Wow, that's a loud thud off the air vent here. That leads inside of that clubhouse here at the Washington Nationals Youth Baseball Academy. Fans looking on, hoping that Parker can get out of this. Payoff pitch comes home. Flung into left and flung foul. Yet again, an incredible at-bat. And Ensley Frame The young freshman going against an upperclassman in Parker. Ball 4. And now with Sidra Seville coming in, it means that Georgetown have seen Creighton hit around. And they're going to keep Parker out there. Brooke Plonka has exited the bullpen here. Again, she pitched the entire way in Game 1 today. But the great thing about this sport is you can just keep going if you need to. Home plate umpire is double checking with the Georgetown dugout because there is a new batter. And we saw her earlier today. It's Ella Dalton. Played center field for Seville. Dalton sits and waits, immediately swings at the first pitch. Zamora takes the out at first instead. Wasn't going to take her chance over there at second. Well, they get out of it there. And so, Georgetown now needing a response in the bottom of the 4th. Test. 8-9-1 for Georgetown, and all of a sudden they need a response. They're down 4-2. Grand slam for Alyssa Gappa in the 4th. Crazy what the long ball can do for you. And we've seen it in this weekend series. Pops her up. Who's going to claim it? It's the second baseman in Vejvoda. Out 1. Claire Turner.
Center field, number 12.
Similar standpoint where she popped out to second base in the second inning. Now Puccino pitching with a lead. Strike 1. Well, so we mentioned how Claire Turner, she played the Cal Nuggets over there in the state of California, but she is an important piece here. This one is clobbered. Left center, it's deep and caught by Nielsen. Wow, that had a lot of carry on it. And Claire Turner thought she had one there. That would have been Claire Turner's second home run of the year. She hit one against Arizona.
Left field, number 10, Kondo.
It's now time for Cam Kondo, who has not left the yard today. It's a long drought for her. However, all of her outs have been deep flies into the outfield, and a couple that didn't miss by much. It's just on this unbelievable tear. Hitting the ball well, seeing the ball well. And takes a strike. Two outs in the bottom of the fourth inning. Wow, that one left off of the hand of Puccino and makes it 2-1 for Kondo here at the plate. I was mentioning there Claire Turner. She has played a part already in the recruiting process for Georgetown and this softball team, so do have at least one commit to Georgetown for next year. It's a girl by the name of Holly Pardini, who's teammates with Claire Turner with the Cal Nuggets as a catcher and outfielder, mainly a catcher at Petaluma High School. And there's a reason why she does want to come here too, and thinks she can compete for the starting catcher job as Kondo goes far and foul. Of course, this is basically the end for May Forshee after this season, the grad student, and she'll move on. So that catcher role might be open next year. So Holly Pardini could be a decent look there behind the plate. Have been told she is technically perfect. It comes to the fielding aspect of the game, everything that you're supposed to do. One of her club coaches has said one of the best players he's ever coached. Everything she does behind the plate is right. Great pitch blocker. One of the best he's seen. Can throw from the knees to any base and is extremely coachable. Kondo, another one that's sent to the street, but foul. But a reason why Pardini is making her way over to Georgetown, loves that balance of softball and academics and the jobs and homework that this program prides itself on. Everything just kind of all goes hand to hand with each other. Nothing is too strong or has a stronghold over the other. It all is just perfectly melded together. We got time called here. Kondo might have asked for it there. But the other main thing is Pardini loves the Georgetown campus, and how can you not? You just drive into that campus, drive up the hill, and you are just stunned with what you see. Kondo awaits the 3-2 pitch. Foul ball. She is not going down without a fight, is she? Kondo, who just does not strike out much, gets punched out there. It's been a while, hasn't it? But a great delivery by Puccino and a great at-bat. And the fifth inning we step into now with the score 4-2 for Creighton. So remember, Creighton hit around there in the 4th inning, so it means we're back to the top of the order for the 5th inning. And it's Kayla Nielsen. And immediately makes some contact. Lyman, easy as you like. First out of the 5th. The Brooke Plonka was pitching over there.
Number 8, Lily West.
But she's been told to sit down as Parker is now settling down a little bit. Parker sends one home. A little bit of contact there. Lyman's going to have to hustle with this one, too. Oh, she got it. Another 4-3 put out. 2 outs here in the 5th.
First base,
And Kaylee Wilson
Wilson.
singled, scored a run in the 4th inning. And she's going to talk with Coach Wood here. Perhaps the conversation just to slow down the inning. Because, I mean, we're basically looking at only a few pitches thrown by Parker. And a couple of quick ground outs. Just wants to extend this a little bit, make her work. Parker digs in, and a ball away to Wilson. That 436 average last season, second all-time in Creighton history, behind Ann Timmerman's 538 average in 1978. That's because of this hard work by Wilson that she has turned into one of Creighton's best. And it all, kind of turned during that COVID season. Didn't want to be one of those sophomores who had a little bit of a slump there in her second year. Didn't want to be average, wanted to be one of, if not the best. And there was that summer before sophomore year where she bought her own tee, bought her own net to hit into, and made her way to the local park every day, kept swinging. She felt that confidence continue to grow. So there's a strike. When she arrived back on campus that fall, she already had that new, fresh look on everything. And here she is taking one in the left center, and it falls for at least a hit. The pickup by Kondo. And by then, Wilson was at second base. So she has her first extra base hit of this series. This time is called to hand the pad off to her assistant coach. This could be a pinch runner scenario for Wilson. And sure enough it is. Ellie Beeson out there, the junior from Omaha, Nebraska. One of 8 Nebraska natives on this team. Now Beeson just playing in her 6th game this year. Has a run.
Now running at second base for the Creighton Blue Jays, Ellie Beeson.
You can hear the cheers over there from that dugout. The 5'3" junior from Scott Catholic High School. Only appeared in 3 games last year as a pinch runner as well. Redshirted in her first season as a Creighton Blue Jay. And it was that redshirt first year that is at least try to line her up for the rest of her career, but Still has a few more years to go now. And she's going to continue on to third, and Beeson gets in there. Forshee unable to stop it. Alyssa Gappa, a little bit easier of a scenario now with just a runner at third. So the base is loaded. Parker gets that sign from Coach Conlin, and it hits her. Oh no, are they going to call her back saying it hit the bat? And it looks like that's going to be the case, and Coach Wood pleading her case here. And a little more animated than previous times here, and we'll still stick with the home plate umpire. And Coach Wood making her way back to third as this count has some new life for Julia Parker. Instead of a hit batsman, it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Takes a hack at it, and a foul ball. Now let's see if that call either benefits or hurts the Creighton Blue Jays here. Usually see one way or the other, don't you? Parker to deliver the next one. Another foul ball. Isn't giving up on this at bat, that's for sure. Refusing to go down easy. Parker needs this one. 2-2. It's 4-2 for Creighton. They had 4 runs in the last inning. It's a grand slam by this player here. Also flew out to center in the second inning, so has been hitting it well today. This time, it hit her. And unfortunately, doesn't look too good coming off of it. It went right at the forearms of Alyssa Gappa. And so Parker, who is unable to get out of this inning, now all of a sudden, runners at the corners. Pat Conlin to again talk with the home plate umpire. And I think just confirming here how both of those two quote-unquote hit batsmen had gone, and maybe, just maybe, to get a little bit more time for Alyssa Gappa over there at first, just to try and rub it off. Madeline Vejvoda couple of ground outs here today. A ground out to short and a ground out back to Parker. That's another one that's away from the strike zone. Want to know here from Parker. And we've talked about Vejvoda, junior from La Vista, Nebraska. Rips one deep into left. Kondo should have this. She does. That is the end of this 5th inning. Couple of runners left stranded for Creighton, and now it's Georgetown who are looking to take advantage of a few missed chances now from the Creighton offense. We'll return to the bottom of the 5th. Well, Georgetown still just only down 2 runs, 4-2. They only have a couple of hits in this game. So even though Puccino has gotten herself into a little bit of trouble in some of these innings, first inning, third inning, where runners were left on base, she still only kept them to 2. Zamora trying to change a few things. It's ripped into center and a grab. Well done in center by Dalton. I mean, we were seeing it here. All of a sudden, just see that glove extend a little bit above that fence and secure the first out. Well, Dalton's come in. First game today. And got to some balls with some great pace. And now an important one there against Zamora. May Forshee. Double and RBI. Scored the first run of the game, which was Morgan Zamora, who had inched her way along the base paths. And popped up to second in the third. Grounder at third, Perez. Easy does it. Back to first. 2 outs. And it's Kayla Dunn.
Number 16.
She started this game. Inside the circle. Walked in the third. Single and an RBI in the first inning. It's been the strong cleanup hitter for the Hoyas this season. Just always a nice little shout to be able to do a little bit of everything. Both have the power and the pitching abilities. Dual threat, if you will. There's a strike to Kayla Dunn. Could also play first base if needed. Delivery sent in, and that's a ball. Well, you can hear that Georgetown dugout. They've got their hats in some unique fashions here. Their rally caps, rally visors. Always different ways to put those. My favorite one is the shark fin, right, where you just put it up. You'll see that sometimes in on the baseball end of things where you don't want to ruin your hat, so you like fold it in. And he got the hat just sticking straight up. It works, you know. Dunn hesitates but swings on it and it falls in. Second hit of the day for Kayla Dunn. Maybe the rally cap's working here. See some players that's backwards, right? Backwards flipped up, backwards flipped down, sideways. The flexibility of a visor. It's Lorena Vasquez in Zunza. She wears the full cap, not just the visor. Enters the field next to this one here. See that a lot. Very low fence there behind home plate. So it can travel just about anywhere. But when building this complex, they had to think of putting it together with structures that are okay of receiving dents or absorb the blow of any sort of baseball or softball that makes its way out of here. And to its credit, I mean, I'm trying to look here at the building. I mean, I see a couple of dents up there, but they're not that noticeable. You have to look pretty carefully. 2-1. If you go all the way up top on the gray awning, there are some. Those windows there are kind of blocked off by some paneling too. We all know what ball in the window will do. 3-1. The count here, 2 outs. Lorena Vasquez and Zunza sees ball 4. So the first quick couple outs of the inning for Puccino, and now back-to-back base runners. Coach Conlon, a little bit of a conversation here. At second base is Kayla Dunn. At first base, Lorena Vasquez Inzunza. And now batting for the Hoyas, Sophia Scarangella. Her last hit was a homer, a grand slam, and now a time called by Coach Wood as she sees the batter change and wants to refocus Puccino because she remembers what happened. And will take in the entire infield with her here too. 4-2. This is a pretty big spot. Hey, there's a song we know. I'm Still Standing, Elton John. Because the Hoyas are still standing in this inning. Guess we could correlate that one here. It's been subtle, but there has been music theming today. Always fun to add that in the sport. It makes it fun for the fans too. I know there's the it's the organ guy over at Truist Park down in Atlanta. So for visiting players, you know how for the Braves they'll of course have their walk-up music for them, but for the visiting players, he's going to play something that will fit a theme of somebody's name on the opposition. For instance, folks, I had the pleasure of going down there one day, and the Braves were playing the Pittsburgh Pirates, and on the Pirates was David Freese. This one's outside for a strike, just kept in. So, one of the songs he played was Let It Go from Frozen. Name is David Freese, Freeze, Frozen, makes sense. So there were little ties like that, and I think if you can do that, it's a lot of fun. This one popped up behind the plate, and the pinch hit for Scarangella didn't quite work out as the pop-up lands in the glove of West. All right, we head to the sixth inning. 4-2, still the score for Creighton. Well, here's Erica Perez for the sixth inning for Creighton. Couple of chances to add on some runs. 4 runs on 5 hits for them. Georgetown 2 runs on 3 hits. Missed a chance in the bottom of the 5th with a couple of runners on. Erica Perez with strike 1. The third baseman today. There haven't been too many pinch hitters, pinch runners today by Coach Wood on this Creighton side. Perez is one of those. Otherwise, it's been pretty simple when it's come to the looks. The other one, of course, being Ella Dalton, who's coming to play a mean center field role. The 0-2 skips up and above May 4 sheet and adds a ball to this count here. This is a Creighton weekend here in Georgetown. Baseball team and softball teams both making their way over from Omaha, Nebraska. Misses outside. They're going to check the swing. Did not go. 2 balls and 2 strikes. No outs in the 6th inning for the Creighton Blue Jays. Of course, it does certainly save on traveling expenses, too. There's a swing and a miss. It dropped down, but the throw down to first just in case. Second strikeout of the day for Erica Perez. You know for sure they were trying to plan that out, because to take 2 separate trips to Washington, D.C. isn't easy to do. So if you can knock it all out at once, that'll benefit you nicely. Emma Rozanki here at the plate and immediately pops one up. Foul ball to make it 0-1. Oh, Rozanki today 0 for 2, and it's come on a couple of ground outs. Ground out to short. Ground out to Parker, who subbed in the 4th inning and hasn't gotten through these innings without any drama, for sure. Allowed that grand slam to Alyssa Gappa in the 4th inning. Then the 5th inning, even after getting the first 2 outs, allow the next 2 runners, double and a hit batsman before a fly out to left. That's a strike. 1-2. Georgetown dugout loving that one. We have seen the 3 main pitchers this entire weekend for Georgetown. The Parkers start on Friday. The Planka start Saturday, and then again continued pitching today. And the game resumed in the 2nd inning, and Kayla Dunn starting this 3rd game, and Parker picking it up from there. Full count again. Seems like we've had a lot of these today. Parker sets and deals home. And a foul ball. A lot of these have just continued through. You see these Creighton batters refusing to quit. That's a credit to the coaching staff, surely. Though they don't know if the result will go their way for this final appearance, but they're certainly looking to try. Center field, it's shallow. This is might fall between everybody. No, it doesn't. Zamora quickly cutting it off. Flew into the really nice position there after looking like that was going to be a little bit of trouble. Hensley Frame, who walked in the 4th inning. Line out to 3rd in the 3rd. Frame swings at the first one. Washington Nationals Youth Baseball Academy has been host here for these Hoyas for the last few years. Remember, there was no 2021 season. Everything resumed last year. Just trying to get their sea legs back under them again. 2-1. And this year, even though the non-conference wasn't ideal, it did have a sense that this team could be maybe a little bit stronger than last year, and already have tallied more conference wins than they did in all of last year. Just 5. They've got 7. They could have a winning record if they can find a way to pull ahead here. It's a called strike. 2-2 to Ensley Frame, the shortstop. They just got this crazy mix on this team of upperclassmen and lowerclassmen, and it's melding well, at least in these recent games. 3-game winning streak for the Hoyas. Shot foul again. 2-2. With these Blue Jays leading 4-2 in the top of the 6th inning. Every inning has seen quite a bit of drama, maybe besides the first 3 innings for Creighton, where Kayla Dunn had gone 1-2-3, didn't allow a single hit in that time. Otherwise, there have been base runners every step of the way. Full count again here. Parker unable to retire Ensley Frame just yet. It's sent home, another foul ball. This is impressive. It's been a lot of movement from these fielders too, because you got to set up and be ready. A lot of steps have been taken here. Called strike 3. Brilliant pitch by Parker, and it sets down the side. 1-2-3. Now a couple more chances for the Hoyas. They still trail by 2 here. Well, we head to the home half of the 6th. Georgetown trailing 4-2. Naya Campos, Casey Lyman, Claire Turner for the Hoyas. And we see the Creighton Blue Jays baseball players walking away. They just concluded their game over there with Georgetown. They lost 13-1 in 7 innings. Quick game for sure. And a couple checks over just to see how their fellow softball players are doing. Oh, wow. I think that was, Ellie Beeson over on the third base line. That foul ball almost hit her. She had to, panic and crouch down. And Campos sends it back the other way, too. For now, a couple of strikes. Natalia Puccino having to work. She got out of some dangerous situations. It was a crazy first inning that saw 2 runs played for the Hoyas. And they had more runners on. The bases were loaded. She got out of it. Then the 3rd inning, 2 runners were on. She got out of it. In the 5th inning, 2 runners were on. She got out of it. It could be worse. Could be more than 2. Be a lot different. Campos on the swing. And it just seems like everything towards Vejvoda is automatic. Makes the plays there brilliantly.
Number 3,
Casey Lyman. The second baseman who's 0 for 2 today. A fly out to right, a pop-up to second. Cut inside for ball 1. Lyman sits and waits and sees one upstairs. Lyman, the freshman from Portland, Oregon. 4-year starter in high school over at Jesuit High School. 2019, 2022, best defensive player. And we've seen that glove, certainly. Towering fly ball to right. Rozanski there to claim. 2 outs. And it's Claire Turner. The last chance here in the 6th inning. If you're Puccino, you need to get Turner out here with Kondo on deck. With her team leading 4-2, Puccino, every out here matters. The rally cap still on there in that dugout, and the strike to Turner. Turner got a hold of one in her last at-bat, flew out to left before Nielsen was able to cover ground. Next delivery, bunt is shown, laid down in play, she outran it. That is how you do that. Just wanted to give the chance to Kondo. I assume Coach Wood is gonna walk out to Puccino here. Maybe have a couple of words for her, and sure enough, there she comes. As has happened before almost every Kondo at bat today. Both games. I mean, how much respect is that, though? I mean, if you're Kondo and you see that, it's certainly something that might motivate you a little bit more. What's crazy, though, today is she just doesn't have a hit at all. A couple of walks in the first game today. And is 0 for 3 here in this second game today. But again, her outs have been flyouts that have just barely missed clearing the fence. And that one strikeout looking in the 4th. Something she doesn't do much. And they know, I mean, there haven't been many days, at least in recent memory, like Kondo hasn't been able to homer. And they could potentially be just this one at-bat away from keeping her off the scoreboard today, at least with her bat. And they're going to intentionally walk her. Wow. I mean, you have to, right? They just want no piece of her. I mean, usually you do that when there's a base open, but they'd rather have 2 runners on and Morgan Zamora at the plate than 1 runner on and Kondo at the plate to tie. Absolutely fascinating. Wow. Intentional walk. It's been a while since I've seen something like that. That Georgetown bench all over that. So now, does that just give a little bit more fire to Morgan Zamora? Intentionally walk Kondo to get to you.
Shortstop, number 18.
Now Zamora can clear it still. The outfield at fairly usual depth here. Zamora sees the first one away from her for ball one. It is Claire Turner at second base because of her bunt single was brilliant, and then Kondo intentional walk. Zamora big swing and a miss. Some hearts and mouths moments there for that Creighton bench, because that is a big swing. That's a very big risk by Coach Wood. And it's trying to see if it's going to pay off for them. This one sent deep right center field. Oh, what a grab by Dalton. Oh no, it bounced out, and the play continues, and it is Zamora into third. A triple that scores two. 4-4, and makes them pay for the intentional walk. From our angle, it seemed like Dalton had it, but it popped out at the last moment, and Zamora just kept running. And Wood talking with the umpire, and that's kind of what we saw too, hoping and asking why that didn't signify as a catch. That's it, it's gonna stay that way. Wow. 4-4. And hang on a moment, the umpires are gonna gather and talk about this. They're gonna talk about it. Obviously the question is, how long does she retain it? If they call it a softball play, right? And they're gonna keep it as it is. And Zamora with the triple to level it up at 4. And all of a sudden, May Forshee, with one swing of the bat, could give Georgetown the lead.
Catcher number 15, May Forshee.
Coach Elvina trying to pump up that dugout. That was a risk taken by Coach Wood, and it was not converted. They walked Kondo, and with Zamora at the plate, she tied it anyways. They're going to call that an error too, it looks like. Ripped, third base side, foul. One ball, one strike. The delivery to Forshee, it's towering, it is deep. Nielsen making sure the fence is nearby, and she makes the grab. But Georgetown hit for 2. It's tied up at 4 as we head on up to the 7th inning. Well, here is Dalton, who was so close to securing the web gem in center in the 8th inning, but it bounced out of her glove, and Morgan Zamora waltzed into third as this level game at 4 continues into the 7th. 6 hits to 5 for the Hoyas, and they changed that from an error to a hit now. And I think that's the right call. Error was a tad too harsh on Dalton, who had a lot of ground to cover, and it would have been spectacular had she closed it in. And so Dalton, who grounded out in the 4th inning, swings and hits this one pretty deep. Kondo to it. 1 out.
Left field, number 23.
One of the better hit balls that she's seen here. Kayla Nielsen, top of the order now for Creighton. With 1 out here. Sent through, left field again. Kondo barely has to move. 2 away. Parker settling in. 2 quick outs. Lilia West, the batter, singled, scored a run in the 4th. Struck out swinging in the 1st. And a ground out to second base in the 5th inning. Ball 1. Lily West carries herself so well, just a freshman from Oklahoma. The way she plays, you just feel like she's been here longer. But she hasn't. That's a very nice pickup by Coach Wood. 2 balls and no strikes from Parker here to West. Another low pitch. That'll make the count 3-0. Parker winds up and delivers. And there's a strike. Three and 1 here. Parker staying alive in this count. A few more baseball players, young baseball, softball players exiting here. There's a strike. There's a lot of stuff going on here at this facility. It was a busy Sunday afternoon, and the count has moved full, and Parker, 1 strike, can get her out of the inning. Parker deals, ball 4. And this is the batter you don't want to see, Kaylee Wilson. Single and a double today.
First base, number 15, Kaylee Wilson.
Coach Conlon now giving the signs out for Parker on what to send in here. Delivery in, and it raises away from her, but Forsey kind of snagged it behind and watched West reluctantly get back to first base. 1-0 the count. Creighton bench needing their grad student first baseman to make an impact and try and reclaim the lead. And what has been just another entertaining game. We have been treated this weekend, haven't we? The walk-off Friday. The mercy rule, but only in the 5th inning did it happen. Here in the first game today. Otherwise, it was within arm's reach for a lot of the game. And now this one, it's tied, and who knows what's going to happen. Parker not keeping it close here with Wilson, but now puts one into the strike zone. Needs a strike to keep Wilson in that left-handed batter's box. That's something that's so hard to do. There's Wilson, who now brings a second strike in. Another Creighton parent chasing that ball down up top. And it's full. Yet again, it's Parker who needs one strike to clear out of this inning. Parker, wind-up pitch. This one hit deep. Left center, Kondo reaches up, it's gone! Kaylee Wilson just gave herself a chance. And she hits the two-run homer. But unfortunately, at the end of the play, Cam Kondo stays down and is hurt. She came extremely close to it. And the trainers quickly out to tend. That was a really hard hit into that fence. And that wrist buckled a little bit. But it is Wilson with the two-run shot to retake this lead. Just kept the inning alive. That walk from West made all the impact in the world. And now Coach Conlon is walking out, and Kondo gets up, which is what you have to see, what you want to see. And the round of applause for her. She's going to continue on. Might have gotten the wind knocked out of her as well. Well, now with both of these game-changing runs, both in the bottom of the sixth and now top of the seventh, both outfielders in Dalton and Kondo were inches away from making spectacular grabs, but both ultimately resulting in 2 runs for the opposition. And Alyssa Gappa, now the batter who homered in the 4th inning. It was a grand slam. Home runs for Creighton, making the difference. That is fair down the left field line. Kondo has to reach back to this and just gets it in, and still is trying to get back to 100% after it, and she's holding that left side. It's a double for Alyssa Gappa. Just hope it's not a rib injury, too. We got a pinch runner here. Michaela Charez to run for Gappa. Looks to be that's the only switch there with Madeline Vejvoda at the plate. And so it is Parker, who yet again was down to her final outs, final strikes, unable to convert it, and Creighton taking advantage. It's been the play with 2 outs for both teams that have pushed this game to where it is. Hoyas could have had more runs, also could have gotten out of innings. Foul ball. Now this is a Georgetown team who have been unable to get any sort of sweep against any Big East opposition for quite a while. It's almost been 10 years, believe it or not. Their last sweep was against Seton Hall, May 3rd and 4th of 2014. Coach Elvina was on that team, by the way. That season they also swept Creighton, and they also swept Villanova. That was the last time they reached the Big East tournament, and they're trying to change that this year. It's a sweep against Creighton that could have certainly helped causes, but it's not looking too good right now with the final bottom of the 7th looming. Heroically got the game tied, but have fallen short in the top half here. 1 and 2. It was that tournament game in 2014 where Georgetown lost just that first game to the Johnnies over there in Rosemont, Illinois. Good facility over there. Near Chicago O'Hare Airport over there. Six for the score. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Vejvoda. Gets a piece of it. It is fair down the first base line. Vejvoda continuing into second. 2 more runs. Cross in. Beg your pardon, 1 more run crosses in for Creighton. And it is now a 7-4 lead. Another double. 3 straight hits. All with 2 outs. Parker down to the last strike about 3 times here. Incredible 7th inning for the Blue Jays, knowing they needed runs, knowing they needed to get some sort of result out of this weekend. They still have to close it out in the bottom half, but this certainly sets the table, doesn't it? Erica Perez here for the Blue Jays. Ball 2. Parker now missing the strike zone. Parker came in the 4th inning and was beginning to settle in a little bit, especially after that impressive 6th inning in the first few runs of the 7th, but it went sideways quickly here in the 7th. Once she got that 2nd out, a deep fly ball. Kondo just holding that side again after she sprints over. She does not look 100%, does she? That came after that collision with the fence out here, trying to rob Kaylee Wilson of a homer. She got close. She got her glove to it. Just nicked off of it. 2-2. Went the other way around this time with Parker starting off the count down, but climbing back into it. Parker deals home. A tad outside. It's another full count. It's happened to basically every batter here in this inning. Last few innings, really. And it just shows you the patience of this Creighton offense. They've needed that today in this game. There's a swing and a miss. And it retires Perez, and it ends the 7th inning. 3 more runs cross the plate, and a lot of it thanks to that 2-run shot from Kaylee Wilson. Bottom half of the 7th we go. Last chance for Georgetown, trailing 7-4. Bottom of the 7th inning, last chance for Georgetown. And it's a 4-5-6 in the lineup. Kayla Dunn, who started this game in the circle and actually was pitching pretty well. Had a no-hitter going into the 4th inning. Rips one at second. There's the grab by Vejvoda. I'm telling you what, she's got a magnet in that glove. She has not missed anything in this series. And there have been some hard ones to claim. Lorena Vasquez Nzunza walked her last time up in the 5th, popped out to first, struck out swinging in the 1st inning. And Georgetown, who have just gone 500 in Big East play. That's 7-7 after the first win today. Now in danger of going down. And for Creighton, this would be their 4th conference win this year, and something that they need for sure going into their very near trip to Nebraska during the midweek. Georgetown, on the other end, they have a Wednesday night game against Towson. That'll be a fun game. Under the lights. They're at the Nationals Youth Baseball Academy. That one off the hand of Puccino, who is yet again looking right in the eyes of a complete game. Did it in 8 innings back on Friday, but ended up getting the loss from Can Kondo's couple of homers. The chase in by Perez, dealt with nicely. 2 down, and the Hoyas down to their final out. And it's Brittany Liu. Sophia Scarangella was up in the 5th inning, pinch hit for Brittany Liu, and she only popped out to the catcher. 2 runners were on there. Coach Conlon wanted to find a way to get those across. Swing and a miss for Brittany Liu, who walked in the 1st and 3rd innings. And she is the last hope, the last chance for the Georgetown offense. 3-run 7th inning for the Creighton Blue Jays, and there is another strike. 0-2. To potentially win it here for Creighton. Slid out of the strike zone. So Liu stays alive. Wind up and the pitch. There's contact right side. Vejvoda is onto it. And it's ever so fitting with how good she was over there to end the game and Creighton get a result out of this weekend. Georgetown couldn't quite get the sweep. They fought hard. They made it interesting after Morgan Zamora's heroics in the 6th inning, but it was Kaylee Wilson stepping in when she needed to. 2-run homer in the 7th inning, and then that RBI from Vejvoda to hit in Alyssa Gappa. And then Charez, really, who would pinch run there to close it all off. In that 7th inning, Georgetown couldn't respond in the home half. And so they win the series 2-1, but they fall in this final game with a final score of 7-4. And what was just an absolutely entertaining day, doubleheader day here at the Washington Nationals Youth Baseball Academy. Again, their next game is on Wednesday night here against the Towson Tigers out of the Colonial. Should be another fun one before they go on the road at Georgetown, at St. John's, at George Mason, at Butler. And then their final home series will be the start of May against DePaul. So only a few more chances to catch this team before the season potentially concludes as they try to make that march towards the postseason for the first time since 2014. That'll do it for us today. This wonderful morning turned into afternoon in Washington, D.C. For our producer and director, Mr. Art Pittman. I'm Christian Taylor saying so long. Here at the Washington Nationals Youth Baseball Academy, our final scores here. Georgetown with the Mercy rule in Game 1 today at 9-1, and then losing 7-4 to Creighton here in Game 2 today. We'll see you next time, everybody.